Okay, great. So I see the recording has started. So I'm actually going to say a very big warm welcome to everyone. This is our fourth training session, the Digital Employee Lifecycle Experience Training Session. My name is Lee and I'm going to be your host for today. I'm joined by quite a few of us on the project team, which you guys will meet along the way. Ewan is on. I've seen Rupa who's on. You can give a wave. I think I saw Salona, Lemo, just looking who else is on the call, but we will introduce you to all our speakers as we go along. So just to quickly remind you that you guys are part of this pilot that we've just gone live with, this Digital Employee Lifecycle Experience. And we really are delighted to have you on board with us today to share what's in store. So we're going to start off by just looking at the program.
Yes, I just wanted to welcome myself.
Sorry, Rejoice? You wanted to say hi?
Yeah.
Go for it. We can't hear you. I'm going to ask you, maybe, I don't know if you want to log off and log back on. Otherwise, you can put a hi on the chat and just introduce yourself. But today we're going to look at the program overview by the project team. We're going to look at our new Connect Me platform for onboarding, a new payroll platform, support information, and then discussion and questions. The format of the session is such that you can obviously ask questions as we go along or put it on the chats, and we do have people helping us to answer along the way. So I'm actually going to kick off. I don't know why I can't see my slide. Okay, for some reason my first slide wasn't showing. I'm just going to try again. Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to continue on this slide, and I just wanted to say that the central people teams and payroll teams are involved in this new project called the Reimagine Digital Employee Lifecycle Experience. And we're really excited to share what the components of the project are with you today. You would have seen quite a few comms already involving this, and some of you already played around on the system. Some of you have already been to the training once before and are joining again, so that's great. But just to remind you about what the training is about, is we've got three key components that we're looking at. It's onboarding, internal movements, and offboarding. Onboarding, there are two different platforms and sort of scenarios. So we've got a brand new integrated end-to-end engagement and digital experience platform for onboarding new hires. That's for C-band and above. And we've also got a new payroll system for B-band and above. So the new integrated end-to-end platform, it's called Connect Me, and it's really looks at a comprehensive onboarding program for new joiners, C-band and above in the business. And there's also integrations with other systems. So there's a lot more seamless experience for new employees. This is something that we're going to introduce across the business going forward and for B-bands. But for now, we've built it first as a first phase for C-band. And then we'll use all your feedback part of the pilot to iterate and look at designing a great B-band in-store experience as well with you. For now, the B-band onboarding will be with this new payroll system. We're replacing SMP, and we're going to a system called CRS DIY, which you should be familiar with. And it's also still a much more improved process from what we had on SMP, because there's digital contracts, digital documents, electronic signatures, and a lot more automation as well built in. So you can look forward to that as well. Then the new payroll system, which is replacing SMP, will also be catering for all movements across the business, internal movements. So it will enable you to seamlessly, promote people, offboard people, move people from fixed term to permanent, etc. And coming soon is all the digital contracts will also then be available on this platform, on the new payroll platform for internal employees with flexible benefits. So that's not something you have to worry about right now, but something just to keep in the back of the mind for later. So that's our new payroll platform. And as I mentioned, it's not only going to cater for onboarding for B-band internal movements, but also offboarding. A lot more automation built into that as well. And then also an automated exit survey for C-band and above as well. We haven't again built yet for the B-band in-store, but we will obviously use this pilot as a first cut and see how we can build a great exit survey and get great information for people who do leave and maybe hopefully come back. So those are the three key components that you're going to hear from us today. I'm not going to go through the features in detail, but for example, when you're onboarding a B-band employee, you'll be able to capture the new engagement. You'll be able to, order role-specific assets. You'll also be able to get a digital contract, and the EE number will be generated much, much quicker. So I'm sure the payroll team here today will share that with you. From an internal movements perspective, I spoke about that. Yay, we've got a clapping of a hand. Promotions, contract extensions, fixed term, departmental zone moves as well. And then offboarding, great features that the payroll team will share with you later today. You should already all have access to the system, but it's great that you're here today because you shouldn't really be transacting before you've been through the training. So just a quick visual representation of what it will be like from an onboarding perspective. So if you are recruiting for C-band and above and you use the direct hire system, I know there are very few business units that would actually use direct hire for B-band. And in that case, then you will follow this very first process here where you recruit for the person via direct hire, you give them the offer, and that immediately kicks off some integration with the onboarding platform. That's where the onboarding journey starts. The employee and the manager will get a nice welcome email, and then the journey of 30, 60, 90 days program will commence. The documents that come from direct hire that the employee had to upload from the recruitment process will also feed through into the CRS DIY system, making much more seamless for line managers and employees. Line managers will also have to go onto the CRS DIY system, but very briefly if they go through this process. For B-band in-store or where there isn't usage of direct hire from a recruitment perspective, then it's actually more where the line manager, completes the recruitment process and goes then directly onto CRS DIY and uploads the employees' details, captures them, and then they are now on our payroll system. So they'll also transact with employee directly via that system, and it's you'll see just now how much more automated it is than it is currently. Okay, so I'm not going to go through this because I think I've been talking about the benefits, but just very high level, more automated, so from manual to automated, integrated systems, much quicker, more support for the new joiner, quicker to, get the employee on our systems and working, tracking, reporting, etc. And from an employee perspective, we really want them to become brand ambassadors in our organization. We want them to have a great experience. We want them to tell their friends and family, oh, I've just joined a great company. They had such a great welcome, and I really I know exactly what I need to do. I'm going to get started so quickly, and just a really seamless experience for that employee. Okay, so just to share, I've been talking about this pilot, so you might be wondering what is this pilot and who is on it. So we've got 4 business units on it. So we've got Compass, we've got Telcom, we've got UFS, Unilever, and we've got Proforce. in the pilot. We've got change champions from each of your business areas that have really helped us to launch this in your areas. So a big shout out to you guys. We kicked off already in June, July, starting with some line manager sessions, communications, and we're continuing now for just-in-time training. We also are then going to be, so already gone live from the 1st of August, and we're piloting during August and September. So there's still lots of time for you guys to utilize the systems, try it out, give us feedback. Then in October, we are going to take on another 2 business units, and not very big, but sufficient for us to be able to get people to try out the systems and let us know what we can do to improve. And then only next year will it be the main go live from February. So we're going to leave you alone in November and December. Obviously support you though, but we'll then start again February next year when everyone is back from leave. Okay, and I'm going to go through the support. So there's lots of support on offer for you to make sure that you know exactly what to do. It's not just this training once off and we're done and dusted. There's the intranet. We've got the ESC, which is the main line for queries. They will route your query accordingly. And then we've also got drop-in sessions, which I will give more attention to at the end of the session. So yeah, once again, I think that was quite a mouthful, but I think as we go along, we'll see and learn a little bit more. I am going to now hand over to Janka. She's just joined us. She's from the People Systems team, and she's going to share all about the Connect Me onboarding platform, the one that I spoke about where it's C-band and above, how the process works, and then we'll move on to some videos. Okay, so I'm going to hand over to Janka.
Thanks, Lee. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining this session today. So what I just quickly wanted to show you guys is really just, I know it seems a little bit small on my screen. I'm hoping that you guys can see the detail. But for those of you who would like to just increase the size of your screen and you've got a laptop, you can press Control on your keyboard. And then if you've got a mouse, you can just scroll in and scroll forward, and that'll zoom it in for you slightly. Okay, I don't know if it's just me today. It could just be myself, but I just often need to zoom in a little bit. Okay, cool. So if you see on your screen, you'll see there's a starting point for the line manager. So this is the C-band and above process that normally gets initiated by the line manager through some form of an internal BU requisition process. So I'm sure all of you are comfortable with that, and you'll see it's highlighted in a more of a red shade because it's quite manual in most cases. But from there, the line manager is required to log the requisition, that same requisition that's been signed off with all the requirements of the job gets loaded onto direct hire as a vacancy that you can start recruiting candidates for. So the direct hire portal is then used to screen your candidates and go through the interviewing process. And once you've got your candidate that you're going to place into the position from a C-band and above point of view, the Everlex assessment is just below that. All of that still happens then automatically. And then there's one final step that's still quite manual. You can see it's also highlighted in red. The rest checks are done outside of the system, but once that is cleared and you've got the okay to place this person, you go back, yourself or your TA lead, the person handling the screening for you, will mark the candidate as placed and upload an offer letter. That step in the process then kicks off the automation pieces that follow. So from the direct hire system, the onboarding allocation there or the placement moves automatically into the Connect Me onboarding system, which is what you'll see just a little bit later. And the candidate will get an email firstly notifying them that they can access the Connect Me platform, their login details, and some key information will be on that emailer. And at the same time, the line manager gets a notification via email as well. So you as the line manager gets a notification to say, Janka will be joining in 2 weeks' time. Log into the Connect Me platform and start planning her journey. So then on the Connect Me portal, you would go and assign certain instructions to the person or the new joiner to say where they need to start or where they need to meet you on their first day, maybe some key items such as who their buddy would be and some key stakeholder cell phone details or, just anything that the person needs before they actually join the business on their first day. From there, the candidate will have some key information that they need to upload onto the Connect Me portal. Let's say that could be a bank statement or an ID document or whatever we didn't get from the direct hire process can then be uploaded to the Connect Me onboarding system. And once that's submitted and completed, automatically feeds them into the CRS process. So then the bulk of the information that would normally get uploaded onto CRS is already available to the system. And there's just some final checks and inputs that the line manager would need to do. And that goes into the next final step where they can upload any remaining documents, whether that be a bank statement or nominating beneficiaries on CRS, and the contract signing. All of that will now happen on CRS in an automated fashion and digitized. So there's no need for you to print out anything. It's literally scanning some key documents and putting it onto CRS and then pressing submit, checking everything, of course, making sure it's clear from a line manager point of view, and then submitting that. And the only piece that's outside of the system at this point still would be some of those key policies and procedures that you need to get signed off for your business unit processes. But all in all, that's the C-band automated employee experience that we're going to be looking at today. Yeah, and I don't know if there's any questions. Otherwise, that's all from me, Lee.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. Are there any questions, Lems, on the chat? Or I see a hand up. Can't see who, but you're just welcome to voice over.
Hi, team. It's Segwanele here from Telkom. Yeah?
Hello.
Yes. So what I want to ask is that should it be when you're busy uploading these documents on CSR and doing the process, well, if we do a mistake, will the system then tell us if we've done a mistake or not allow us to continue?
So I think it's a very good question. And we'll actually go into a lot more detail a bit later on of the exact steps for CRS. If you don't mind, let's maybe go through the training session around the specific process steps on CRS as well as the other platforms. And because I think that might answer the majority of these types of questions. There are some dependencies, specific steps that need to be followed before you can proceed to, let's say, the next window. But I think that will answer your question just a little bit later when we're actually demoing the system. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Sure.
Awesome. Great stuff. Anything on the chat, Lems?
Nothing yet on the chat, Lee.
Great stuff. Thank you. Okay, cool. So now that we've looked at the process, we're going to actually look at some videos. So I'm going to introduce the videos. I'm going to just show you an overview video. That's the first one. So I'm going to give me a thumbs up if you can hear and see in full screen. Awesome. I also saw a hand up.
Hi, Lee.
Hello.
Rodney here from UFS. There's no video playing from my side. I can't see anything here. It's just three faces, two ladies and one gentleman that I can see.
Oh.
There's no video.
That is terrible. I'm so sorry about that. Did anyone else experience?
It showed on my side.
Yeah, I
could see the
couldn't
whole
hear
video.
or see any video.
Showed on my side.
Who else
Stood on my
didn't? Can I?
side. I could hear everything.
It's not playing at all.
So Lee, I think there might have been like a recent update on Teams or something, because it was also on my screen. It just looked very different today. So maybe we, the ones that could see it, had like a recent update on the Teams that took place, and the others maybe didn't, and that's why they couldn't see it, because it was in a funny format. It was like almost like I could click through the slides myself.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to then reshare again for the next video in a different way, if that's okay. So if you guys just bear with me. And then, so that was just the overview video. I don't think I'm going to play it again. I think you'll get the gist of it from the employee video that I'm going to share now. Sorry, now I've got to reshare everything again. Actually, I just want to make sure that there's sound. Sorry. Okay. I'm just going to share it in the normal way that I was sharing it before. I did try something else because I was told that the sound is better, but I'm just going to, maybe I didn't do it right. So apologies for that, guys.
A big, warm welcome to you, our newest Smollen Squad member. We are delighted that you are joining us as a new member of the squad. Your arrival holds so much potential as we build our extraordinary business together. Onboarding at Smollen is not about ticking a box or rushing through a system of checks and balances. Instead, it is a thoughtful rollout to acclimatize you to the business and allow you to find your fit. As a people-powered workplace, building relationships and making connections are what we are about. Connect Me is your personalized guide that serves as a support structure through your first 3 months at Smollen, making sure that your transition is as informative, connected, and smooth as possible. During your journey, you will complete various activities and orientation modules that will provide you with much-needed insight into the following: our history, values, and culture, the nuts and bolts of what make us tick, how to integrate into your squad and the broader Smollen family, allow you easy access to key information, making sure you meet the right people relevant to your role, be another place to turn when you are unsure of your next move, help you deliver your best in the shortest possible time. Enjoy your journey. We look forward to getting to know you and wish you every success.
Okay, so was that better?
It jumped a little bit here and there, but it was,
it
played. It played, that's all that counts.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'm so sorry, guys. Difficult to always, know which way to do it. But so that was just an overview, and now I'm going to actually show you the view from an employee perspective. So once the offer letter has been signed, first welcome email, and then what the employee will view.
Welcome, new joiner, to the Smollen Connect Me portal navigation tutorial. Let's take a minute to familiarize you with logging in, updating your profile, and using the portal's main navigational features and functionality. You will have received your offer letter and your Connect Me welcome email with a link that directs you to the portal, a username, and temporary password. To access the Connect Me platform, click on the link in the email. A new browser window will open, where you'll be presented with the onboarding login screen. You'll want to click on the Login with My Smollen account button if you already have a synced Active Directory login created. However, if you are accessing the portal for the first time, you should click on the second button. I do not have a Smollen account. Follow the easy instructions listed in your welcome email to log in and create your own unique password. Once you have changed your password, remember to store it in a safe place. If you do forget your password in the future, there's a Forget Password link that will allow you to reset your password. Well done! You have now successfully logged in as a first-time user. Let's take some time to update some of your information on your profile page to get you up and running, and, most importantly, ready to start your exciting onboarding journey. Follow the prompts on the screen to completely update your profile, and note you'll be required to upload some mandatory documentation. This is a crucial step, as until this section is complete, you will not be loaded as a new Smollen employee on payroll. Where prompted to upload documents, ensure that the document format is supported before uploading the file. Ensure you are familiar with the data protection clause and confirm your understanding by selecting the required radio button. Great! Your profile is now updated. And the last step is to click on Save Profile to ensure all your information and uploads are safely and securely stored on the portal. Let's move on over to your dashboard by clicking the dashboard icon. As a new joiner, it is recommended that you take a few moments to go through the system tips, as this will guide you through all of the essential sections, buttons, links, and features on your dashboard. The portal is intuitive, and you also have the option to click on the Skip button to explore your dashboard without the system navigational tips. Take note of the following essential sections within your dashboard. Activities are specific to you that you will need to complete. Here you also have a complete view of your calendar and any critical events. You can explore the calendar and get a more detailed view of these events. And to ensure you never miss any important information, take note of the notification icon. Your progress will be indicated here and is an excellent visual representation of your progress through your journey. Once you are comfortable with the navigational features and controls of the portal and your dashboard, you can start with your onboarding journey by completing the activities in a chronological order. As you complete the activities, you will notice your progress bar moving. Your line manager will also connect with you as you progress through your onboarding journey. Remember that there's a discussion forum linked to the timelines of activities that you can participate in. Your line manager will be your primary contact point throughout your onboarding journey. Your people representative and buddy are there to check in and support you whenever you need. We would like to thank you for taking the time to watch this short navigational tutorial. You are most welcome to refer back to it if you need to. Welcome to the Smollen Squad.
Okay, awesome. So that was from an employee perspective. Were there any questions in that regard? If not, I'm going to then move over to the line manager perspective, and this is quite important for you to take note, because obviously this is what you guys will see as line managers hiring new joiners, C-band and above.
Hello, manager. You would have noticed an email informing you of a new joiner joining your team. Let's ensure you support the new joiner's onboarding journey by actively playing your part when it comes to the Connect Me portal. After logging into the Connect Me portal, you'll be directed to your dashboard, where unactioned tasks linked to your account will be shown. This makes it easy for you to pick up on critical actions that you need to perform. To view your schedule, click on the drop-down arrow. A list of your tasks will be displayed in chronological order here. When clicking the drop-down arrow next to an activity, a comprehensive list of tasks will appear that need to be completed by you and the new joiner. The tasks requiring your attention will have an icon next to the activity. As a line manager, you will view the new joiner's progress in completing onboarding tasks. You can also view the due dates for the completion of each activity. The round red exclamation icon will remain next to an incomplete action until successfully completed. As you progress through and action your activities, you will notice the icon on the dashboard will change to green. By ensuring your icon is in the green, you also assist the new joiners and actively demonstrate your commitment to their onboarding journey. You are, however, not alone. If you get stuck or need any additional information or assistance whilst navigating the Connect Me portal, please do reach out to the systems administrator or a people representative.
Okay, so that is the line manager view. And I think what I'll do at this point is hand over to Ewan. Ewan is our expert on this new onboarding platform. So you can start to share your screen. I don't know if there is a hand up in the meantime.
I've got one.
Sorry?
So we have got a hand up at the moment.
No.
I will share in 1 second.
Okay. So yeah, welcome to Ewan and over to you.
Cool, thank you so much. All right, so from pretty much once you've logged in, you'll land on your manager dashboard. All right, and as mentioned, this is kind of positioned for C-band and above, and this is kind of a journey where it was created for Smarted, where managers are enabled to support their new joinees, their new reportees, to onboard through the platform. All right, so as soon as we land on the line manager dashboard, we see I myself, or this profile has 2 new joiners. All right, I'm going to go through this one mainly, but before we go there, we'll see that there is a direct reportees download button here, and if we download this quickly, you'll be able to see pretty much a list of your new joinees, your direct reportees, and pretty much where they are in their journey. Let's just get the spreadsheet. Here we go. All right, so we can get their kind of information and where they are in their journey. All right, so we can see here that some of these tasks haven't been done. So this is just a nice kind of snapshot of exactly where they are, as well as kind of their information. All right, so moving on to, as I said, I'm going to go through this new joiner. So our first task here is this hello and welcome. Now this is the kind of pre-onboarding for your new joiner. So this is before they've got their day 1 start of the month, whenever it is, day one, this is where you're starting. This is your activities as a line manager that you would kind of need to do leading up to their first day. All right, and within here, you as a line manager will have various activities. So the first one we're going to look at is, or first type of activity, let's say, is we're going to open this one up here. As we can see, the line manager tasks are indicated by this kind of icon. All right, and the ones that you have done so far will be ticked, and the ones to still do will have the red marker. All right, so if we launch this, all right, so we can see here, as you know, onboarding on Smolin is not about ticking a box or rushing through a system of checks and balances. It is instead a thorough rollout to acclimate the new squad member into the business, allowing them to find their fit. All right, so you as a line manager, if we scroll down here, you would need to kind of read this and understand what it's meaning and where you would position yourself with your new joinee. All right, so there's nothing much to do there within that activity itself. We just go back to our manager dashboard here. Back onto our new joinee. All right, hello and welcome. Remember, this is the pre-onboarding. Okay, and we're going to look at the arrangements for week one. So this is a different type of activity that you as a line manager would need to do. Or let's say activity format. Within each activity format, there might be 3 or 4 different activities that you would need to do. So for example, in this one, we get information here that your new joiner is set to join next week, and there are several key activities that you need to complete before they actually join. Right, so activities for you to do. So you would need to call your new joiner and let them know when and where they need to be and at what location. All right, once you have done that, you can just simply tick this on the system, and then that's marked as done, that component of this activity. The next one is to ensure that their workspace and everything that they need is ready and waiting for them on day one. Once you have done that and ensure that everything that they need is there, we can tick this. All right, the next one is we need to ensure that there is access for our new joiner. Right, once that's done, we can tick, and then we need to arrange with our people representative. Okay, once that's done, we can click.
Sorry to interrupt there, Ewan. I think we have a question here on the chat from Milani. She says, would you need to have access to the Smolin intranet for this? There are a few firewalls not allowing Unilever employees to gain access, or would a link be available?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, see, Yanka has replied.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. I was going to say Yanka can perhaps on.
So I'm just going to read Yanka's reply. So no, you don't need to log in with the Smolin email. You can create your own login when you access the platform. The most important element is to ensure that your email address is on direct hire and is accurate and up to date, and then you can access it via the Unilever portal. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so I think just to clarify there, you can just access it using your Unilever email address then. So, but you'll see actually when you get your first email. Okay.
Perfect, thank you, Yanka. All right, so these aren't activities for you. These are for your people, for the people representative. All right, so once you are satisfied that you have done your actions, you have kind of ticked these boxes, we can just tick here that you've successfully actioned everything. We can click yes and submit. All right, I'm not going to click submit here, but once submit is clicked, then it will reflect as, the activity is done. We get the green tick on our dashboard. All right, then moving on to next activity. All right, kind of the more important activities is we want to prepare for arrival and look at the key stakeholders. All right, so from here, you as a line manager will get to assign a buddy or just put the details of the buddy for this new join. Right, so you can fill in the details here, all of that. I won't go through each of the fields. All right, and then additionally, we can put in extra contacts. So let's say, for example, you are a manager in accounting, and your new joiner is coming into accounting also. So if we feel it necessary that they need to have the contact details of, let's say, someone in IT, we can put the person in IT, their contact details in here. All right, and then this will reflect on the new joiner's profile, like a quick access type guide. All right, and then we can just submit that once that's done. And as I said, it will reflect on the new joiner's profile. All right, there is another section for kind of important contacts. I will go to that also. Again, onto our pre-boarding here. All right, and we've got a network of contacts. So this is similar to the previous one. It does just give us a bit more. Initially, we do get more information. You have kind of, let's say, the default people who they need to look at or need to be in contact with. And then here we've got kind of a wider field of these contact people. So here we could put in a role, a number, and an email address. Serves the same purpose. Once you as a line manager fill this in, you would submit, and it would reflect on the new joiner's profile. All right, now we're going to hop into kind of a section where we look at the activities that the new joiner would be doing, and all new joiner profiles have kind of the same activities. They would all follow the same path. So these activities aren't tailored towards, if we go back to our previous example, they aren't tailored towards an accounting new joiner or an IT new joiner or someone in that field. It's not tailored towards a specific job role. All right, so back onto the pre-onboarding. So you can look at the activities. So if we open the week 1 activities here, or to plan the week 1 activities rather. All right, so these are the kind of default activities that you as a line manager will need to sit down and have a look through with your new joiner. All right, so you can see that all of these are kind of predetermined on specific days. For whatever reason, if you would like to move it within week 1, so we can't move this certain activity to a different week, it is important that this activity is done during week 1. So you as a line manager can change it to, let's say, day 1, they aren't necessarily available. You can shift this activity into a day 2 time slot. All right. Additionally, we can create specific activities that you as a line manager deem is important that your new joiner does. So we can see here, if let's say, might be repeating one here, but let's say it is important that you and your new joiner go and grab lunch to get to know each other a little bit better, whatever the case is. So I can create here, well, me as a line manager can create get lunch with my new joiner. All right, and again, I can't change the week because we are now planning for our week 1. Okay, but I can select what day I want to put it on. So I'm going to put it on day 4, kind of halfway through their week 1 onboarding, and I'm going to add that activity. All right, so if we go now to day 4, we can see that our new activity has been created. And this activity also reflects on the new joiners profile. All right, so when they log in, they do get a very similar dashboard, and they'll see, okay, cool, I've got on day 4, I've got to have lunch with my new joiner. Other activities will be meet key stakeholders, review policies, etc. So these custom or specific activities can be deleted. All right, so if we click these, they'll be removed. So let's do that quickly. Cool. So now that activity is no longer there, and the inverse is also true. It won't reflect on the new joiner side. Okay, perfect. So yeah, this is kind of the section where you would plan for your new joiner during that first week. All right, now let's hop back onto our dashboard here. Okay, we're going to go on to our test case, our test user here. All right, so that is our pre-onboarding. Then next we go on to our day 1. It is also important to note that the onboarding is not and should not be seen as kind of a 1 week, 2 week kind of deal. It is we have got check-ins through a 90-day, 60-day, 100, and then kind of a post or 90 and then a post 90 and 100 days. So we're trying to keep this this connection between you and your new joiner going for, you know, the longer, kind of a longer period, rather than here's your desk, sit down, here's who you want to call, do your work. It is really about nurturing the relationship between you and your new joiner. All right, so if we hop into week 1 activities, okay, so we can see that if we don't have an icon here, the line manager kind of activity indicator, and instead it's kind of blank, we can see that this is something that the new joiner would need to do. So if I were to hop onto this specific profile, I can see as a new joiner that I need to introduce myself. I need to go through Smallin's unique offering, my growth and development, again as the new joiner. And then the inverse is true. You as a line manager can see where they are in their journey. Okay, so based on what we're seeing here, I can see that my new joiner has not introduced himself. All right, they have not done Smallin or gone through the Smallin's unique offering section. All right, they haven't gone through growth and development, and that kind of process and that format follows throughout every single activity. All right, so we're going on to our week 1 activities here. Remember, we just kind of, in the previous example, we planned for our week 1 activities. All right, and these were the ones that were kind of there still. All right, so again, we've got a tick box type of activity where you as a line manager will just tick these once you've done these various activities. So once you've introduced your new joiner to relevant managers, we can tick that. All right, once we have discussed their week 1 and 30-day plan, we can tick that. Once we have gone through system onboarding as well as the kind of system as apps as well, again, tick and tick and tick. And then we submit, and that the submission essentially is user line manager saying, okay, cool, I have done all, in this case, 5 activities, and the system will now mark that as complete. All right, so going back onto our dashboard here. Cool. So I'm going to close week 1 again, or week 1 now, and if we're looking at the first 30 days, we can see that the format is kind of post day / week 1 is very repetitive, in a sense that we've still got our activities here. We've still got our activities, and we've got reviews, activity review, and the user is still got activities. Even 30 days down the line, they've still got activities to do. In this case, the Smallin's path to purpose. All right, and yeah, as I said, this kind of process repeats itself. The activities do get less and less as they go, as they get more comfortable within Smallin and the system itself. Again, you can create activities whenever you is necessary. So let's say you want to have a check-in with your new joiner via the system. Every 30 days, you can go and create an activity for that. All right, so we look at 90 days now. We've only got 3 activities. We look post 90, we've just got 4. And post 100 days, we have just got 1 here. All right, so that is the onboarding system, the Connect Me onboarding system at least. Have we got any questions that anyone would like to ask?
Hi.
Lola?
Hello.
My name is Renée from UFS. Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Okay. And then the program training that we are getting today, so this training that we're getting today, are you going to load it somewhere for us to refer back if we get stuck on the system?
Yes, we are going to do that. So it's already loaded onto the intranet. I can show you at the ends, and I'll also put the link on the chat for you guys. But everything is already uploaded to the intranet on a page with all the information that you can always revert and refer back to post the session.
that will be great. Yeah, because I'm very concentrating, but I can see there's a lot of information to absorb, like all in one.
Yeah.
We might need that piece by piece, and then until we get used to it. Yeah.
100%. And when I show you the drop-in sessions, you know, when we talk about support, you'll see that there's lots of other support available, refreshers, etc. that I'll share with you a little bit later.
All right, thank you.
Okay, will the people teams receive updated notifications on how far the employee is in the process? I'm going to also defer to Yank on this one.
Sure, no problem at all. So we actually developed a people portal, if I could call it that. It was supposed to be a section on the platform where the people team could go and just have a view of the new joiners that joined, let's say in a said month, and just have visibility of the progress on there. But the limitation of that was they couldn't serve as a line manager at the same time. So we've just parked that and we decided not to switch it on for the people teams at this point because of that restriction. Until we have resolved the, let's call it the functionality to enable a people team lead or a manager or an officer to be able to switch between being a line manager for a new joiner as well as serving that HR role, which is really just having visibility. So at this point, no, but the intention is also to at least enable the people teams through Power BI just to have visibility of onboarding progress for the business unit as a whole. But that's going to be just a little bit later this year. Hoping that answers the question. At this point, there was development done, but
Okay, guys, if there are no further questions, then I'm going to say thank you to Ewan. That was really great. This is a really awesome platform and we've already got some great feedback on it. So really looking forward to you guys utilizing this. In the meantime, I'm going to say we've got 5 minutes to have a little leg stretch, have some tea, coffee, quick snack, and then we're going to move on to the CRS DIY portal, which is our new payroll platform. So in the meantime, yeah, please do have a break. And when you come back, there is a little knowledge check just for fun, just to make sure that you guys were focused throughout the session. So yeah, do that when you return, and yeah, we'll ask you to I'll just sort of say, are you all back? And then we'll get started again. Okay, so thanks so much, guys, and we'll see you in 5. So from the CRS team, have we got Carmen today?
Yes, Lee.
Hi, yes, I am here.
Oh, hello. So nice to see you, Carmen.
Thank
We'll
you.
just wait another minute. The people are starting to join back. So it is exactly 3 o'clock. I'm going to be the time police today. Can I just see a show of hands, thumbs up, happy faces, something that you are back in town with us? Okay, so I saw some thumbs up. Great stuff. I had one hand up, but I'm not sure if that was a hand or just a hand back. Simpiwe, hello, welcome back. Okay, great stuff. So we're going to now move on to the second or third part of the session. It is a power session. I call it that because there's a lot of information on the new payroll system, and we've got Carmen from the payroll team today who's going to walk us through. Yeah, please do stop, ask questions, put them on the chat, and enjoy the session.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your time and for availing yourself for today's session. I'm just going to share my screen and I will switch off my camera. But before I do that, can everyone just confirm just by a thumbs up if they can share my screen? I mean, if they can see my screen.
We can all see. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so for today's session, I'll be taking you through the capturing of or the staff movements functionality on CRS. Majority of you have been exposed to SMF, so it's basically the same information that you used to go through SMF. It's just that it's on the CRS platform now. Okay, so I'm going to start by logging in as a line manager. Okay, so you're all familiar with this page. So I'm going to go into the line manager role. Under the line manager role, you will see there is a staff movement section where you're able to capture your new engagements, your terminations, promotions, contracts, LOPs, zone changes, transfer ins, as well as pay run input. Okay, so we're going to start off with a new engagement. So under the new engagement functionality, you can capture, you can view what you've captured, as well as approve. So if I go just to show you on the list, this is where you see what you've already captured and the different statuses it is in. Okay. So now we're going to capture a new engagement. Okay. Very compulsory that you put the necessary information. ID number if it's a South African citizen. If you do not have an ID number, a passport number for a non-South African citizen. Okay, so let's start by capturing my new employee. Then there's a next field there. Sorry guys, just to let you know, there is a guide as well on DIY. You can download it there. It's a nice step-by-step guide to show you what you need to do. So if you're battling, you can download it there and also use it as a guideline while you're utilizing the system. Okay, so we'll just go next. Okay, and then if it's an existing employee, this is where it's going to come up and tell you the employee already exists, and then you have to transfer the employee in. But my employee does not exist, is a new employee. So I'll just go and say, continue. Okay. On the personal details field, everything with an asterisk is compulsory. And from my ID number that I've selected, it already recognizes that it's a female ID number. Okay. So just for test purposes, we're just going to fill in all the necessary information. Okay. Female, I don't need to put that. Ignore the name. I know it's not a female, but just bear with me. Email address, very important. You have to put in the correct email address for the employee as well as a cell phone number, because what's going to happen is there's a link that is going to be sent to the employee to verify the information and to sign their contract as well. So it's very crucial that you put in a correct email address and a correct cell phone number. So for this purposes, I will put in my email address. And my cell phone number.
Sorry, Carmen. If you could just check your email address fields again. Thanks.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, Alana. African PIX number. Okay. And once you've put in all the necessary information, you will see the tabs here at the top. As you complete the information, it turns blue. And let me say next. Okay. Oh, sorry, marital status. Okay, so unit number. We put in the address field. You'll notice, as I mentioned, the blue, it's turned blue, just so next. Okay, date of engagement will be the date that the employee is starting, officially starting, so I'll just select the 1st of August. Job title, we'll make him a merchandiser. Reporting line, under reporting line, it will always be yourself and obviously your line manager, the capturer's line manager. So I'm Peter Pan. Contract type, under contract type, if you select a 40-hour flexi, the work schedule comes up and you can put in the work schedule. And if you select a normal 40-hour, that's a normal Monday to Friday employee, then there's no work schedule that comes up. So for this purpose, I will select a 40-hour flexi, but also note for a 27-hour flexi as well, the work schedule stays. So let's do a 40-hour flexi. Okay. The cost center, it will always be the cost centers that is under your business unit that you've got access to. And job category, will make him permanent. Basic salary. So just the same like we had on SMP where it recognizes the RSD minimum, same rule applies here. So I'll purposely put in a RSD salary below the RSD minimum, and then it shouts at you and tells you that the salary is below the RSD minimum. Okay, so I will put in the correct salary that is above the RSD. Because it's a merchandiser, the incentive field is grayed out. If it was a field marketer, this field here would have been opened. Okay. Then the work address is wherever the employee is going to be based at. Same like you do currently on the employee's contract, that same address that you currently update. Okay. Then I'm going to put in the person's work address. All right. So we'll make him on this work schedule of 8 to 5. Okay, so you can say apply to all, and then it's going to apply to all the weeks. And if there is any changes, maybe on week 2 or week 3, and the person works until a different time, you are still able to change it here. Okay. All right, then the next section, we're going to say next.
Carmen, sorry, I got a question for you though.
Yes, Des.
So basically, we work predominantly with flexi contracts in our structure, right?
Yes.
So the flexi hour 40-hour or the 40-hour flexi contract's got a lot of moving parts. You've got compressed weeks and stuff like that. And in our environment, you know, it changes every single month. And you don't have a set call cycle. Why would you want to capture a call cycle when you onboard somebody? Isn't that dictated on the call cycle that you provide the employee on a monthly basis? And with the onboarding, you basically just explain the conditions of a flexi contract to the employee.
That is correct, Des. Majority of the stuff will be handled within the call cycle, but there are business units that do not have that kind of flexibility where it's quite standard. But where that happens, you'll just have a discussion with the employee that this is not your standard working hours. It will change as per your call cycle. But for the business units that do have that standard working hours for the rest of the month, this is also going to work for them. So it's not cast in stone that the employee must only work according to those hours. It can be managed via the call cycle as well.
So can we make that section optional, or is it a mandatory field?
It is a mandatory field because from a payroll point of view, we need to ensure that we at least have some kind of visibility so that we can double check that the total hours does come to 40. And we do understand that it's not always going to be the same days per se, but at least we are sure that it is the correct contract type, because there's a lot of confusion in terms of a normal 40-hour flexi and a 40-hour flexi and a normal 40-hour Monday to Friday employee, because they're on the same salary. It's just the schedules that are different. So it helps us by attaching that work schedule so that we are certain it is a 40-hour flexi employee and not a 40-hour normal 40-hour Monday to Friday employee.
Okay, cool. Because I think the point I just wanted to make is you get compressed hours or compressed week within this contract stipulation, where you can let an employee work in excess of 40 hours some weeks, and in other weeks less than that. So it averages out over a period of 3 months. There's also a stipulation in this contract. So it's a very complex contract. And to capture it in a form like this in onboarding, it's not by any way agreement to the employee that that's how it's going to be throughout your employment. It's definitely going to change, and the call cycle overrides what we capture on the onboarding platform.
Correct. And I think, Solana, if I'm not mistaken, the contract does say that these are your working hours or as per.
It actually does stipulate, Carmen, that
Yes.
that's not always going to be the hours or the weeks that you work, and it can change. So just maybe I'm not sure if there's a confusion, but the work schedule on DIY is basically the manual Annexure A form that everyone is familiar with. So this has got nothing to do with the actual call cycle system.
Okay, because usually on the manual process that we used historically, we used to just put a stipulation at the bottom to say that call cycle refers, and we didn't actually complete that all the time, because of
Yes.
the complexity, especially with this specific contract type. But yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Tess. And so to continue with the additional requirements, when onboarding an employee, if there is an ECR card or a fuel request or anything of the nature that is requested, you'll be able to tick the appropriate boxes here, and it will generate an email to the different departments. So for instance, laptop request will go through to IT, mobile device will go through to Metso Cellular. If it's a field manager, you'll be able to, company car or a fuel card request will go through to the fleet department. All those different departments will get a notification to actually kick off the process and get all the information set up, as well as email accounts, access to building, etc. Okay, because we've selected a merchandiser, it immediately grays out the company car, fuel card, and all, because that is not applicable to a merchandiser. So I will select a BYOD. So your new engagement is captured. So when we go to list, there is our Freddy Krueger. It is ready to send to the employee. You can still go and view the information that you've captured through the different tabs. And if you feel like you need to edit something, you are able to edit it as well. Okay. So I have captured earlier on new engagement so that you can see the different progress. So now we're going to send it to an employee. And once the employee has approved, it comes back to the line manager. And then you get the different status of a second line approval as well as a payroll approval. I see a hand. Is there any questions? Can I continue? Maredi Nakoma, do you have a question? Okay, nothing. All right, we'll continue. All righty then. So let's send the new engagement to the employee. Okay, we'll send. Okay, manager's signature will come up for you to sign. If you've got access to DIY already, which you all have, the signature is already saved there. Okay, the status changes to say sent to employee. So I'm going to get an email shortly, because remember I put in my email address as the employee, so we're going to quickly log in as the employee. Okay.
Carmen?
Yes, Lawrence.
Sorry, man. So just a quick one. So if the employee maybe don't have a proper email address, can you put maybe somebody else's email address in there with a phone number?
I think all employees have got, I mean, anyone who's got a cell phone has got a email address basically nowadays, even if it's a Gmail or a Hotmail, some kind of email address, I'm sure everyone does have. So it must be a valid email address.
As long as it's a valid email address.
Correct.
Okay, cool.
Lauren, so if the employee does not have an email address, the personal cell phone number, can be entered, because in both cases, the link will still be sent to the employee via SMS as well, if he doesn't have an email. But at least one of the two is actually required.
Okay, right, cool. Happy.
Yes.
Hi, Carmen.
Hi.
Say, for instance, if I made a mistake and I captured information incorrectly, will there be a delete button where I can delete or reset and then recapture it again?
Yes, sorry, I just didn't show you that. So as long as you haven't sent it off to the employees yet. So I showed you the edit button where you are able to edit and you are able to make amendments if you do want to make amendments, but there's also a delete option if you want to delete the new engagement and restart again.
Okay, thank you.
So here's the email link that is going to go to the employee. It says, Dear Freddie, please follow the link to proceed with your new engagement. So I'm the employee now, I'm no longer the manager, role switch. Okay, so this screen comes up on the employee side. So all they need to do is put in their ID number. And submit. And now it wants the cell phone number so that it can send an OTP. Okay, just waiting for this SMS to come through. Okay, the SMS has come through. I've got my OTP, so I'm going to put in my OTP. Okay, so now a screen comes up for the employee to now continue with more information that is required. Okay, so I will just put in. And again, asterisk is for important information that is required. You will not be able to continue unless you complete all the information. Okay. And you say next. Okay. Banking details, the employee can now upload and update their banking details. And as a line manager, you just have to reiterate to the employee the importance of ensuring that the bank details are accurate, and there is a small message there that tells the employee that please provide bank account proof. This can be a bank confirmation letter or bank statement. Make sure that the bank stamp is visible and not older than 2 months, because that is a payroll requirement. Okay, so I'll choose my bank details. Okay, I can continue. Okay, copy of an ID, because that is also standard payroll critical document. So I upload my ID. So this screen here is your beneficiary nomination form, where you can now go and upload your beneficiary details. Okay. And then this is the normal EA1 form view. Okay, only if the person has got a disability that they have to actually complete this, if they are a person with disability. Okay, let's say next. This is the employee's contract. What their job title is, the date of engagement, their basic salary, the hours of work, leave, etc. It's already generated there. Okay. And then your work, the above, this is where there's, well, to answer your question, it might change based on company requirements, etc. I see 2 hands.
Hi, Carmen, Muhammad here. On the beneficiary forms, why is it requesting for ID? On the old system, shall I say, when we sign contracts manually, it only asks for the dates. I'm already struggling with some of the staff to update their beneficiary forms, and sometimes you don't want to inform the person that you're nominating that person, so it's going to be difficult to get that person's ID number. So isn't there a better way of doing it?
I think it's very important for us to have beneficiary details. If anything happens to the employee, who are we paying the benefits to? It's difficult to try and obtain that information after the effect. So currently it requests, I think, a date of birth, but even the date of birth, Salona, correct me if I'm wrong, can you continue without a full ID number on the system?
No, it is a required field.
Yes. It's a requirement.
So, sorry, Carmen, and I also believe that, you know, anyone actually does have an ID number. Even, you know, when you get a birth certificate for a newborn, also they have an ID number that, you know, is printed. So everyone should actually have an ID number at the end of the day, and it is actually required. Yes.
Yeah, I do understand that, Salona, but I've got some staff that's been here with us for years. I've been struggling to get them to update the beneficiary forms because they don't have the ID numbers. Then I tell them, okay, go home, write it down. Next day I'll come and I'll assist you to update your beneficiary, something like that. Yeah. And it's always an issue coming up with I don't have my child's ID number with me now because they don't know how to navigate through the whole system and things like that, you see. So it's just a question. So obviously I will advise the new employee to get that upfront also, and then I'll assist.
Yes, and maybe just also, to try and explain to them why is it so important, at the end of the day, to get that information.
I see Sihle has also got a hand up.
Hi Tim, sorry. Carmen, I just wanted to check. So the first tab that you initially filled in with the employee's details, I would assume that's like all of the information you would populate on the staff card, right?
Correct. Yes.
And then is it correct to say that whatever you feed into that section, it's what's going to populate automatically on the contract?
Correct.
So there won't be any gaps where there'll be missing details on the contract?
No.
Unless you did not fill it in, but because all of the fields are mandatory.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, cool.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
everything. So this is a view of the contract as well. So you cannot proceed unless you've completed all the mandatory fields.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So this is the contract.
Carmen, I think we have another question from Rejoice on the chat. It says, does the system have maternity contract tab option to capture?
So this is more along the lines of a new employee, the same functionality we had on SMP. So maternity, that will be under leave. So on the maternity section, there is an option to upload the actual maternity contract. So, but that's on the leave side of things, and it's not as part of the staff movements. Does that answer your question, Rejoice?
Yes, Carmen, it's answered.
Thank you. So we'll sign the contract and submit. So now the line manager has done their part, sent it to the employee signs off, it goes back to the line manager. Is that an old hand, Sihle?
No, it's a new hand.
Okay.
So I just wanted to double check. So after the line manager has signed the contract on the system, sends it to the employee is getting the contract via email.
So they're getting the link to update, yes, via email. They log into the system, they sign and fill in all the necessary information. And then it goes back to line manager.
Okay. Okay, not a problem. They're signing on their side. I just want to have like an understanding of how they're receiving it. It's on the link, so it takes them to the CRS website.
Yes.
And they're signing on the website, so immediately it comes back to us when they click on submit. It's not a matter of them receiving the link and then they click on a PDF document that's downloaded onto their phone.
No.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
It's live on the system.
Okay, thank you very much.
See another hand.
Hi, Carmen, it's Nelly from UFS. So a question from my side. Just looking at what you've been doing on the system, does it mean it takes away the process of where we sit with the candidate or employee and take them through the contract and like explain, check if they have any questions? Is the understanding clear? So am I correct in thinking that that process automatically falls away?
Okay. Yes, and I'll give you maybe a suggestion that you can use. I mean, to alleviate the whole process of waiting for the employee, you can do this with the employee at the same time. You log in, do whatever you have to do, sit with the employee, take them through the contract, they log in on their side, they sign. Alternatively, if they don't have a proper device, they can then log in onto your laptop under the link that they've got, and they can complete the details. You can still use that option to take them through the contract while you're sitting with them and capturing the information. Does that answer your question, Nelly?
Thank you.
And
Carmen,
yes.
Carmen Lawrence here. So is there any data involved in this link to the employer and then back to us again?
Say again.
Is there any data linked to this thing? Is there any? Are they using data when they send that link to them and they must sign in and it comes back to us again?
Salona, do you mind answering
Yes.
that?
Yes, so they would require data in order to access the link. Just like, you know, anything else, any other website.
Okay.
So I'm Peter Pan again. I'm no longer Freddy Krueger. Okay, role change. So here we are logging in. It tells you that there's a new engagement pending submission. Okay. So when I go onto list, it tells me that Freddy Krueger has done what he's need to do. First line manager submit. So I can go in, I can view what Freddy has done and make sure that everything is in order and nothing has been missed. Banking details you will not be able to see because that goes to payroll and it's confidential. So you'll just see a tick that it's been done. Emergency contact details, the documents. Okay, there's the contract. There's the ID number, which you'll be able to view. Okay, so if you're happy with everything, you submit, then it's going to go to the second line approval for approving. Okay. Okay, submit. Okay, so that's the new engagement. Any questions so far? Before I do a role switch to the second line manager, okay, Muhammad, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, Carmen, I just want to find out, so is there no need for do's and don'ts, disciplinary code of conduct and all that other stuff to be submitted? Because previously we loaded all of that also.
I think that was more from we don't require it for payroll processing. It's not a payroll requirement in terms of getting the employee onboarded and paid.
No.
I think the do's and don'ts of the misconducts is something that is part of the onboarding system that just to ensure that the employee knows what is expected of them. It does not take away the functionality that you still need to do it with the employee, but unfortunately, it will not be on this platform.
I want to get a question. Is there no fraud check involved here?
Fraud check.
Yeah.
Elaborate for me.
Like when the employer lie on his matric certificate or thing like that, we can always refer back. Look, you signed for this thing and it's not through.
All those risk assessments, I would assume, are being done before you actually offer give an employee an offer to say, because this you've already employed the employee, you are happy with them, all necessary risks checks has been done. You are now wanting to get them paid.
Yeah, but sometimes you take the certificate, the matric certificate, and then it's a false thing or something. So what do you do then?
So can I just add on to the question that's being asked now? It's Nelly again. So the question that's being asked now, in our normal case, the pre-con would then where does the pre-con fall away here? I'm also just
Sorry, Carmen. The questions that are being asked by the line managers are more focused around the recruitment part of the process. So as Carmen mentioned, this is more of the payroll function. I think everything else that touches on TTS related processes, we'll try to elaborate and assist on. We'll try to give some direction on that, but it has nothing to do with the payroll submission.
Okay,
Thank you, Sise. Thank you.
Okay.
Same as you used to do on SMP, capturing your new engagement, all that functionality was not there on SMP either. So you are on board, you are paying the employee, you're getting the information onto payroll. Thank you for that clarification, Sise. Okay. So that is now submitted to your second line, to your line manager as the field manager. So as Peter Pan, it now goes to my line managers. So I'm going to do a role switch there and just go into my line manager role. Okay, so again, a notification telling the line manager that new engagement is pending approval. Also note that at this point, this is where the employee number is generated. So previously you had to wait something like 2 weeks. Now it happens immediately once the second line manager logs in and approves. Okay. So the line manager goes into approval and you will see that there is 2 new engagements that has been captured there. And if he wants to decline for whatever reason, he will have to put it in a decline and then put a reason there. You can also go and view the details and view the contract, etc. And if he's happy, he can go and approve the new engagements. And like I mentioned, at this point in time, it immediately generates the employee number, and then it sits immediately on the payroll system, waiting for the payroll officer to then approve.
Carmen, just to get my head around it, when we do payroll approvals, there's no one button that says approval. So you basically have to go down the list as a line manager to go and see if there's anything in your queue. You'll basically be prompted once you log in of all the approvals that you need to do, or you're still getting to that part.
Okay, so for each and every movement type, you have to log in and approve. So right now it's new engagements. So you can that button there. So this is just going to take a bit of time because it's now generating an employee number. So that you can view the contracts individually, but if you're happy, you can click the approve button there on top and it will approve all your new engagements.
Yeah. So I think the question I'm asking, I'll put it a bit differently. So currently on SMP, you'll kind of go and approve your SMP or your payroll for the month, right? That closes on the 10th. So with the navigation on this screen, it's slightly different to SMP that we're used to. That's why I'm asking, in the monthly process that you have to go through to get your SMP approved or your CRS approved, your payroll approved, I don't know what you refer to. Is it basically what you're doing now? We just go through the list and just make sure that everything is closed off. If there's new engagements, if there are terminations, there might be some, let's call it additional transport money paid to people and those type of things. Do you just literally on the left-hand side go through the different list options, and then just do whatever needs to be done to close off on your pay run? Or how does that work? And that's why I'm saying maybe you're going to get to that still. I just want to make sure I just understand what I need to do on a monthly basis to close off on this.
So currently, you have to, on SMP, you have to every month complete your SMP, whether you've got input or no input. But on CRS, you do not, if you don't have input, you don't need to do anything. It's not a compulsory completion and approval.
Oh, so SMP is not falling away?
Sorry, no, what I'm saying is SMP is falling away, but on CRS, a compulsory completion and approval is not mandatory. So you don't have to log in every month, regardless whether you've got input or no input, to close off your run, so to say.
Okay, so we still for now close off our SMP on a monthly basis until everything is moved over to CRS.
Salona?
Yes, so basically, I'm not sure if everyone have actually received the email from Jessica on Friday last week, because for the 4 business units, the pilot business units, they are actually live on DIY with effect from the 1st of August. So no input must be captured then on SMF, going forward only on DIY. So basically, the 4 business units are live on DIY at the moment.
Okay, so for us that's on the trial, when we do our monthly approvals, we only work on DIY.
Correct.
Okay,
the only thing that you will still need to do on SMF is your credit card approvals or credit card allocations, if you've got any, and for the report function.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Salona.
Okay, so the approval has taken place. So if you go onto the list, it's now all on payroll side. So as a line manager, you have now completed your new engagement process, and it's now submitted to payroll. Okay. Any questions on the new engagement so far?
Carmen,
yes,
sorry, Lawrence here. So just a quick one, and I understand where this comes from, right? So in the past, when we've done SMP, there was a cover page that we could draw, and everything was on there. Your sick engagement, whatever, was on one page. So do we have maybe perhaps, I know I'm maybe moving forward now, yeah? Is there maybe one page that all the stuff can maybe generate and say, okay, I've done a contract here, I've done sick here, and stuff like that, termination on. Otherwise, you have to go in every department here, and maybe do an Excel spreadsheet on this thing.
No, once you are, there is a report.
This is now for my boss to check.
Yeah, there is a report that you can draw. So this is still on the capturing side of things. So I don't know if you're referring to the SMP export.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so we'll get to that so that you can see your report. So you can still draw a report. Am I correct, Salona?
And that's on the payroll input side where you can actually pull a report.
Okay, so for line managers, it will only reflect on the different pages.
Correct. So basically, they will be able to see all the entries up until the time they are completed, fully completed and processed, also on the payroll side. But on the payroll input side, they will be able to extract and export in Excel.
May I please ask for the regional managers, how will they have the information presented to them as to what the managers have captured? Will it just appear in a similar layout like what we have in front of us?
Correct. They will actually have to log on to the platform, have a view of it, and approve.
I'm just going to ask, maybe, are you referring to a second or a third line manager? Because only a first line manager and a second line manager is going to see what was captured, because the first line is capturing and the second line is approving. So,
yes.
yeah. So they will have this view.
Okay.
If
So
maybe you need to export the report to check what new engagements was loaded, you're still going to make use of the report function on SMF.
you just answered my question.
Carmen, are you going to show us that piece here as well?
Sorry, I've heard two questions. I saw Carlos's hand and I heard someone talking. So Carlos, do you want to go?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Carmen. Just want to check something, and it touches on what Des and Lawrence was saying. So for my region, as an example, you know, before on SMF, you would have to, regardless of whether there was anything to capture or not for your field managers, you would have to still approve. So with this CRS system, so if there was nothing captured, you obviously wouldn't see it on the dashboard, I guess, or on these different tabs. You would only literally, or you would probably only need, or my understanding is you would only need to approve those things that need approval, like a new engagement or a termination or a incentive deduction, etc. But if nothing outside of that was captured, are we saying that automatically gets approved?
Correct. So the employee is on the system already. You don't need to go in and complete or approve or do anything if there's nothing to approve.
Okay, and then but there will still be like our previous export to see exactly what was done for the region, I guess. Is there like a summary page, regardless of whether there was anything captured or not?
There will not be a summary page if there was nothing to capture. I don't know if I'm understanding the question correctly.
So previously, yeah, sorry, I was going to say previously with SMF, the field, well, for our business unit, the field managers would submit the export page to the people team, together with, you know, whether there was documentation to be submitted or not as a reference point. So is that now falling away? We don't need to do that anymore.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Carmen, there's more questions on the chat. Let me just go there.
There's quite a few.
Okay, Brian is asking, where do we view staff salaries?
Under my employees. So under your employees, you'll still see who your employees are. So a reporting functionality still remains on SMF at the moment. So if you're talking about once payroll has been submitted and you looking at the expense file to compare to your IDU, things like that, that is going to still remain on SMF for now, the reporting functionality. So here you can have a view of your employees here. Does that answer your question, Brian?
Okay.
Okay, I see.
There's another question from Shemaine. She's asking, will we be able to pull and export? Okay, has that been answered? The export report sheet to see what have you captured?
Yes, Lema, I think it has been answered because on the staff movements we explain it's displayed on the screen basically there, and only the payroll input side can be exported. If new engagement export is required, they will get that from the report on SMF, from the report function.
Okay, great stuff. Okay, I think two last questions. In this training, will you show the session? Okay, I think that also has been answered.
Answers the same question.
Okay, do we still use the EE data FTEQ file on SNF, or will there be something like this on CRS as well?
No reports, any reporting functionality will still be on SMF for now. Only the staff movement, the capturing side is moving to CRS.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Nadine was asking, will you be able to do the upgrades?
Okay, we will be getting to that as well. So we've just done new engagements, team. So I will continue to terminations, promotions, zone changes, as well as pay run input. Okay.
Okay, great stuff. Simpuya, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about transport allowance, but I think it's late. It's on the latest slides of the presentation, so I'll just wait.
All righty. Okay. So next we're going to move on to terminations. Okay, so we're going to terminate an employee quickly. Okay. So obviously you'll have a view of all the people, your employees that report to you. Okay. Okay, so same as the new engagements, all the places with this red star with the asterisks are compulsory fields. You see, it does verify that the text number is
There's too many digits, Carmen.
okay. Is it not 10 digits?
I think it's 9.
All right, thank you. Okay, so it's got all the necessary information already. Okay, termination reason, we'll say it's a resignation. And then we will upload the resignation letter because obviously that is a compulsory document with any resignation. Okay, we will make it August. Or make it, if you put in regretted loss, yes, you have to fill in all the necessary information here. If you say no, it takes away that information. Okay. So this section here, it says it's only applicable if the employee is on the Smaller Group Pension Fund. Okay. Okay, payout and deduction. We don't normally do notice pay because employees normally do serve their notice. They say here in case of a dismissal or when an employee has absconded, you can put in the option there. But right now, I will put in 0. If the employee has taken leave and it needs to be deducted from the final leave balance, you do have an option here to say there is outstanding leave that needs to be processed. If there isn't, you can just say no. And if there's any specific termination bonus that you want the employee to get, or where the employee absconded, if you want any absenteeism to be deducted, if it's a day or hour or whatever. Okay. So we'll just say submit. So same process. This will then create your authorization for discharge. Okay, I see a hand. Carlos and Militia.
Hi, Carmen. So just on the previous slide that you had, the one with the notice pay where you put 0, if the employee and it's got the in case the employee absconds, do you fill in a number there, or do you just fill in yes, or what would you fill in? What is the text requirement there? Is it a number or a text?
It's a if I can answer that, it is a pre-text field, so you can capture a 2 weeks or a 4 weeks notice pay to be deducted, same as you would actually complete the form at the moment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hi, Carmen. My question was just around the last day worked. You noted the 31st of August, but the effective date you put down the 1st of August. So I just wanted to clarify what the effective date is for. Is that for the pay run or?
No, your effective date is when, remember you have to serve your notice. So when you're resigning, you're resigning effective from this date and your last working date once you've served your notice. So effective date is before your notice period. So if you're an employee that should serve 4 weeks or 1 month or 1 calendar month, the effective date will be effective from the 1st and your last day worked will be the 31st.
Okay, so it's the date, yeah, so it's the date that they tendered their resignation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So this is your authorization for discharge and the line manager's signature there. So it's already indicated that it's a resignation, your last day worked, regretted loss, no. And here, only applicable to pension fund employees. If it's an employee that is on a pension fund, then obviously you'll have a conversation with the employee. Do they want to cash it out, transfer it to another fund, etc. So this is just for guidelines in terms of what do we do with the withdrawal. Okay. And just to mention, if I'm not mistaken, Salona, this also triggers then a termination notification to the employee with the withdrawal form and all the necessary documents that they need to complete.
Correct, Carmen. Yes.
So we'll submit. We've got a hand. Maponya. TDS Maponya.
Carmen, I just wanted to ask on the pension part, if an employee is dismissed due to gross negligence and they've cost the company money, do they still qualify for that pension?
Yes. So I think we are not, they will still qualify for the pension. If the employee has caused the company a lot of money, I think there's a different process there that you have to discuss. You cannot take the money from the employee's pension fund unless they've got a home loan. So you can't say, do not pay this money out to the employee. That money has to go to the employee. The employee will actually either have to sign an acknowledgement of debt and commit to paying the money back to the company, but we are not allowed to touch the employee's pension fund.
Okay.
Okay, so termination has now gone to second line for approval. If everyone is comfortable, can we run through promotions, contracts, LOP, and then we will go and then log in as a second line approval to see all this input laying there. So promotions, it's almost similar to a new engagement, same as a contract LOP. So with a promotion, you will see, sorry, let's go to capture. You'll start off as capturing. There's an employee within your business unit that you want to then promote. This is a permanent employee, obviously. So this employee you want to maybe promote to, okay, that one I've already done. Let's do someone else. Okay, so we are promoting Holly C. Sorry, guys, I'd already done a promotion earlier on of 2 of my employees, so we will just go back to the 1 employee that I'd done halfway, just to take you through it. So same as a promotion, you'll put in the start date where the promotion is effective, the contract type, the new position, the salary, and if the employee is applicable for a travel allowance. Okay. This will also generate a contract. Asterisk means it's compulsory fields. Okay. Then we say next. Once you go to next, it takes again, what are the additional requirements that is needed with this promotion? Is there any new laptop or whatever is needed, or a company car, but we've selected a travel allowance, so no company car. And you just say submit. Okay, so once you go to list, you've promoted your regional lineman to a regional manager, and it says it's ready to send to the employee. Again, you can go and view whatever you've captured. Additional information if there is, and the employee information that is captured. Okay. If you've made a mistake, you've got an option to delete. Okay. And then this, the same way it will happen. Once you send to employee, it sends that you sign as a line manager, submit, and then it sends the contract, same with a new engagement, to the employee. A link, they get the link on the email, they log in, they sign the contract, comes back to line manager. It is approved. Okay. Any questions on promotions and terminations before we go to contracts LOP? We've got a hand disappeared. Comfortable? Okay.
Hi, Carmen.
Yes.
If I may just ask, seeing that the whole process is changing, is there a guide that you guys have that managers are able to make reference to if they feel stuck?
Yes, definitely. There is a guide on DIY.
Awesome.
As soon as you log in there, you can download the guide there.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
We've done a promotion. Let's quickly do a contract extension. I see a hand. TDS 4 ways. Let's continue. So these are my employees. A fixed term employee, I'd already also done it halfway. compulsory fields. So this is a fixed term employee that we've now made permanent. Fixed term employee. So this is a fixed term employee that we're now making permanent. So his current fixed term contract is ending on the 30th of June 2023, but a permanent position has come along and we're making him now permanent. Okay, that is his original date of engagement, new basic salary, 40-hour employee, that's their work address. Is the employee going to be based remotely? Do they need a remote allowance? Yes, they do. And we just say, once all the information is completed, we just say next. Same process will follow. The information, yes, Lawrence?
Carmen, sorry, man. So work address, we normally work on stores. Can we maybe put the store names in there?
Correct, yes, you can. So it will be the work address where the employee is based.
Yeah, so like for instance, Shoprite, whatever place it is.
Correct.
Okay, that's cool. Thanks.
So we could have used an example of promoting this person to a field marketer as well. Okay. All right, so same process will be followed here. Once the contract is generated, it goes, a link is generated to the employee. The employee logs on, signs the contract, comes back to the line manager for review. They submit, it goes to second line manager who approves, and then it goes to payroll. Okay, same here. Is there any information that is required here? I'll just untick that. Because it's a promotion, we don't need all that. And maybe they're moving to a new building and they might need access to that building. This will then generate an email to the properties team to ensure that they give link access to the building. Any questions so far while we're waiting for the system to respond? Nothing on the chats.
We have a hand up.
TDS 4 ways. I saw that hand, but he.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, but I just added something on the chat because I wanted some clarity when it comes to new engagements. If the employee is capturing the information, does it mean they're not going to update anything on their CSR? So whatever they capture, it's going to be updated on their CSR.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you then.
So now, just like the contract has now gone to the employer. Sorry, we'll go to list now. And ready to send. Same process. You can view, edit, delete, send to employee. Same process like we did earlier with the new engagements. Okay. Under zone department, this is where you can do you're familiar with the current zone changes. If you've got an employee under you that needs to move, this is where you'll do it. So if you go under capture, you will see the list of your employees and you can select your employee that you want to transfer. What is their new department? Remember, you can only transfer people that is within your structure, so you cannot do a transfer out. If you are in Unilever, you can only transfer in with between Unilever, if you're in telecom, only in between telecom. Okay. So we want to transfer this employee and we want to transfer them to that cost center again, submit. Okay. Zone changes are quite simple, nothing major there. This is going to submit and do the necessary change. Okay. Any questions or clarity on zone changes needed? For transfer in, this option is, unfortunately, I cannot show you this option because this is a live environment, even though we're using test information. For transfer in, it's where you're requesting for an employee to be transferred into your business unit from a different business unit. Okay. And because this is the only business unit that is live, that's why we cannot do a transfer in. But what you do here, you will enter the details of the employee, and then it will take you to a screen where then you select the cost centers of or the business unit that you want to transfer the employee from. Any questions so far? None. Okay. I will then log on again. As the line manager, you'll see there's a whole lot of stuff that the line manager needs to approve. There's notifications here, so we'll just refresh. So under terminations, there's the terminations that needs approval. Sorry, we didn't send it to the employee, but just as the new engagement, the contracts will be here for the line manager's approval. The promotions will be here for the line manager's approval. Here's the terminations that is there for the second line manager's approval. You can either select this same as a new engagement. You can view the details. Over here, you can have a view of the actual resignation document to download and view. And then you just approve. Before I jump into pay run input, is there any questions on staff movements? Okay. If there's nothing, I'll quickly jump into pay run input. So say you guys are familiar with capturing pay run input on SMP, the same rules apply. So under your pay run input, you will see that there is the pay period end date. So we are in August, you will see your pay period end date, and it will tell you that you are in the main run. And if anything is not approved, it will stay here and immediately fall part of the next available run if it's not approved. So you don't have to go and recapture anything. Okay. So let's capture some overtime. 5 hours that we can capture for our employee that they worked. We'll give them a bit of transport allowance. So if the employee is on a fixed transport, it's already there. If you want to give them an additional transport, it is there. The same rules apply, same as SMP. You cannot capture more than 500 on transport. It will tell you that the input exceeds the allowed limit. Okay. because the 200 is already there. The only maximum that I can capture now is 300. Carlos, you've got a question.
Yes, Carmen. So just on the approval, so will we still receive those emails to say that we have approval that has not yet been completed, similar with SMF?
So you will get your notifications to say there is a new engagement pending approval. So Lona, do you want to help me out here if there's stuff that has been laying there for prolonged period?
100% yes, Carmen. So basically, as soon as the first line submit, an email notification is sent to the second line manager to log in and approve. But we will also send out outstanding reminders, same as that we are currently doing on SMS manually. But eventually, we are going to push it through the system and automate it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
100%.
Just to let everyone know, you do have a pay run input guide here as well as the temp upgrade policy. So if you need any further assistance or clarity, you are able to download the guides here to assist in navigating and capturing the information. Okay. Temp earning, normal limit, same as SMP. You cannot capture more than 5,000 on a temp earning. The moment you capture more than it tells you that the input amount exceeds the allowed limit, so you can only capture a maximum of 5,000. Okay. Okay. Write-backs functionality is also still there, not here for these employees because obviously they don't have company cars. The incentive upgrades and incentive deductions, you have to click on those 3 little blue dots to get to that. Okay, so if you want to do a temp upgrade, that is where you click on, and it will bring up the same employee that I was on, and it will give me the details of the employee. What is the new basic salary? So we will make it, let's make it 25,000. It will tell you new salary cannot exceed the 25%. So the same rule still applies. Okay, if you want to give the employee an incentive, what are you upgrading the employee to? Let's see. Yeah. Just select the job title there. And same as on SMP, you can only upgrade an employee 2 months arrears. You cannot upgrade an employee in the future, if I'm making sense. So current and 2 months arrears. And same rule applies. Carlos, your hand is up.
Yeah, sorry, hopefully last one, but Carmen or Salona, on the write-backs, and I know these employees showed as grayed out, but do we capture the write-back as a negative amount, or is it, can we just capture the kilometer amount now?
It's still a negative amount.
Still a negative.
Same like on SMS, yes.
Okay, so it'll be negative 500 kilometers or whatever that might be. We still have to put in it as a negative. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Thanks.
Yeah, but I got a question.
Yes, sure.
For your incentive, do you add a 25% with it?
So this is temp upgrades. So
Yes,
we'll get
yes.
to incentive deductions, yes. So the policy says that you can only get a maximum of 25% on your current salary upgrade. So you take your current salary and add 25%, yes.
5%, but not the incentive.
Say again?
Not the incentive, 25%.
So an incentive, if the employee is being upgraded to a job title that requires the incentive, you will then put in the incentive as well.
Yeah, I got a field marker that's leaving as a team leader. So I put his old incentive in. I mean his current incentive.
No, so this is the new incentive. So if he's relieving as a team leader, remember, so on the payroll system, he's still going to get his normal salary plus his normal incentive. So this 25% is over and above what his normal package is. So you don't have to put anything that is pertaining to his current salary, only what he has been upgraded to.
Only the 25% on his salary.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so thank you.
All right. So you will put in the necessary information and the upgrade reason. I'm just going to put in there and feedback. Salona, if I'm not mistaken, this is a free text field.
Yes, that's correct, Carmen.
Then we submit. We will do then an incentive deduction for the next employee. So same way like we do on S&P, you'll put the percentage as the scorecard to be deducted. And then you submit. Any questions around pay run input?
Yeah, sorry, Carmen, if I can ask, the incentive deduction.
Yes.
So previously the field manager would put in just the percentage and it would automatically work it out. Are we saying now that they must do both?
No, it also works it out automatically.
Oh, it does. Okay,
so
perfect.
the moment you put in
The percentage deduction.
Yes, the moment you put in the percentage, it automatically works out your
the rand value.
value.
Okay, great.
The rand
Thank
value.
you. Okay.
Any questions around pay run input so far?
Carmen, if I can just maybe add, maybe I've missed this, but on the pay run input side, you see there on the page there's the blue buttons. The Excel button is basically exporting the pay run input for overtime, transport, and temp earnings. And then you've got the temp upgrades and incentive blue buttons that will export the input that you have captured for temp upgrades and incentives.
Correct, yes. I've just clicked on the Excel there and it's bringing up the Excel document to show you what we've captured for the different employees. This is what the report will look like. Show your temp earnings, your transport that you've captured, that is a fixed amount, and the 5 hours overtime that we've just captured. And then, then if you go under temp upgrades, we've just upgraded employee. Okay, then it gives you your export as well in terms of your upgrade. Okay. And then your incentive deductions as well. The moment you click on it. Okay. So under pay run input, you can add pay run input, and then it tells you pay run input status. This is the transaction reports, the status reports, which you have to run for any period prior. So once the payroll has been finalized or whatever, you are still able to go and run historic reports to see what the different statuses were. Okay. And this is obviously where the line manager will go into approve and reject. We can always go into the line manager's role, but this is how the line manager view will be under approve pay run input. Temp upgrades, incentive adjustments, and writebacks. Okay. Any questions on pay run input? And I think that is it from me. I don't know if there's any questions from anyone. That is the DIY CRS platform.
So Carmen,
I hope I've covered everything.
Yeah, Carmen, just from my side now. So on the approve pay run input, so basically we would just now go here as part of the trial group, right? And just go basically and accept the pay run over here. And that would basically be us closing it off, right? This is basically the final step.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Gotcha. Thank you.
Hi, Carmen. Would this, if you're going to export this document to Excel, would this act as your export sheet?
Yes, it can. This can also work as your Excel, your export sheet that you can go and save. Don't necessarily need to save like you would on SMF because your history is still there. You can still go down 3 months down the line and say, this was captured, and it will tell you the different statuses to say it was approved, etc.
So will this report per manager give, when we as the regional manager or the approver look at that Excel report, would it give them all their staff under that Excel report? Or would it only pull through the inputs?
So as a, sorry, go Salona.
Yes, sorry, Carmen. So this report is basically going to show you what input has been captured for the employees. It's not going to show you all the employees, only for employees who have submitted input.
Okay, so we don't have a summary of what is under that field manager, what employees is under that field manager under SMP.
No, because the employees will be displayed under the My Employees page. So on the pay run input status report, that's only for when pay run input was actually submitted. If you haven't submitted any input for a specific employee, that employee is not going to be on the list because no input was submitted. Make sense?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Sorry, I think, sorry, Salona, I think what, and yeah, I think I'm trying to get more clarity, same as Mal, is so previously as an RM, you would have to log in and approve regardless of whether there was pay run input or not. So with the CRS system, we as the RM will only approve, call it, or we'll only be able to see what, for approval, what has been captured. So everything else, I guess we can assume that nothing has been captured, so it will be automatically processed. So the difference is we're no longer just approving whether there was input captured or not. So now we're only approving whether there was an input captured.
Correct.
Is that right?
So only when input was submitted will action be required. So if no variable input was processed, the employee will only be paid his normal basic salary.
Okay, so let me ask another question, and maybe you've just answered it. So if the field manager does not log on to CRS and capture anything, it's automatically approved, if I can call it that. So that pay run will automatically assume that there was no inputs, and the employees will receive their normal pay run. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, we
Come
have.
on, I think this question was asked.
Oh, it was answered.
Sorry, just one question.
Sure.
No, I just want to ask for incentive deductions. So if you giving your employee like the 100% of their incentive, so the incentive deduction in percentage would be 0, and then the system will automatically calculate.
Okay. If
Is that what you said?
there, for incentives, you're only going to capture if there is a deduction. If the employee should get 100% of the incentive, then you don't need to actually do anything. Only when there's a deduction that is applicable, that a certain percentage that he shouldn't get, then you go in and put in as incentive deduction.
Okay, so it's different than SMF, the SMF system, because with normal SMP would put 0%, and then the total incentive would appear. So here we'll just leave it as is if we're not deducting.
Correct. And Carlos, you've got your hand up again.
Sorry, I'm asking lots of questions, but
no, it's fine.
What if we so let's say for as an example or worst case scenario, you don't approve an input. What happens? Does it get automatically? Is there an automated approval process, or does it just yeah? So I guess what happens if, let's say, there's an upgrade and you as the RM doesn't approve a field manager's upgrade, or what happens then?
It will stay there until you do approve it. So there's no automatic, and then it will be processed in the next available run.
Yeah, so maybe I think I know where the question comes from. So on SMF, sometimes managers doesn't close up SMF, and then we've got a fairy lady, Chantel, who's normally able to close it on behalf of some of the line managers, but on DIY, it's different. So if the second line doesn't approve the input, it's not going to be processed. It's going to remain on DIY up until the next run becomes available.
Okay, and then just those push notifications or pop-ups when you enter CRS, does it pop up every time you open CRS, or does it only pop up once and then it assumes that you've actioned that pop-up, or does it keep popping up until you've cleared it?
Yes. So that notification, there is an option to either close or clear the notification. So if you have selected clear, that pop-up is not going to come up again. But, you know, obviously when something triggers that notification again, when you log in, it's going to come up with the new notification. But if you select close, when you log out and log back in, it's going to come up again, that same one.
Okay, so for now, we will still receive those inputs not approved, not completed for now.
Yes, you will.
Okay.
But you will also still receive an email notification when any one of your staff members submit something. So the second line will still get the email notifications. We will still also send out outstanding reminders, but we need to keep in mind that the sooner we approve as the email notifications come through, the sooner it gets processed.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Seems like we're done with all the questions. So Lee, I hand back to you.
Thank you so much. We have gone a little bit over time, but just a massive shout out to yourself, Carmen, for today and for support from Salona as well. I'm going to just very, very quickly share with you. You can ask your question in the meantime, Simpiwe. I'm just going to share with you the support information. So yeah, go for it.
Not really a question, just a comment. Salona and Carmen, well, and me to change owner, I'm super excited about it. It takes out a whole lot of admin and paperwork. We've been needing this process to be streamlined. So well done to you. And yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's it from my side, really.
Great stuff.
Thank you, Simpiwe.
Nice to have some feedback from the team as well. And there is a survey that you can complete where you please can add all your comments and just, just a bit of an evaluation of the session, just for learnings, for going forward. In terms of support, so the main thing for support is actually if you have a query and you don't know where to turn, you need to ask someone a question, you contact the Employee Services Centre. So I think that's just a very important message we're trying to drive. You can also look for yourself on the intranet. There is your business unit champions, there's your people leads, and there's training guides that the team have put together as well. I know you also said it's on the site, Carmen and Salona, but the videos from today on the Connect Me platform is all there. There's FAQs that we've been sort of tracking over this whole period. So please do use that. I will post it on the group just now. And then very exciting, this is not it from us. There'll be comms. You can look out for one for Friday. But just so that you know, there are 2 drop-in sessions. So you can drop in or pop in to Willow Grove or online. So we'll send the links out for you. It's not something that you have to book. You just drop in or you join online on the meeting and you can ask your questions. We're going to have all the support teams with us in Willow Grove as much as possible or online. It's meeting room 13 and 14, and the date is Monday the 8th, which is sort of in line with the, payroll cutoff on the 10th. Hopefully you won't be taking leave on that day. But yeah, so drop in, or at least just drop in, ask your question, and then go off in preparation for the 9th of August, which is the public holiday. And then we've also got a drop-in session in preparation for the SUP run on the 25th. So that's the 18th of August. Also Willow Grove or online. Look out for the comms for that as well. And I think that's it. Do you want me to show you the intranet quickly? Or do you guys know? I can't really see. So just tell me if you want me to. Okay, so I'm going to quickly log onto the intranet. The intranet, the way in which you log in, and I learned this recently because I'm also fairly new. You just click on, it should be default on your Google Chrome or on your Edge. I default my stuff onto Google Chrome. Then you just click in, and then you type in your email address as you and then you also type in your password. Your normal password, your normal login that you would use to type, to log into your PC. And it's very simply been put here for you. You just right at the top of this blue tab, blue ribbon, you click on Employee Lifecycle Experience, and all the info is here for you. It just shows what processes are going live, which are the different business units. And then, yeah, just all our change champions, then the support. So we say and contact the ESC. And right at the bottom are all the guides. So we've got the B band onboarding, the C band and above onboarding, and then the training presentations. We'll also probably put this specific training onto that as well. A record of the training. So you can just, if you need to have a look, you're welcome to do that as well. And that's it from my side. Any questions on the intranet site? Nothing. Okay, great. I see people have started to drop off. So I'm going to say, close out and say goodbye, good evening. I know it's a lot of information to absorb. Don't panic. There are support options available. And yeah, just let it sink in a bit. And I'm sure once you get started on the system, you'll find how smooth it is as well. Salona's just saying here, did you want to call this out, Salona?
Oh, Leah, I was just answering a question on the loan changes are done. Will the line manager receive a notification? Yeah, so yes, any submit action will trigger a status change notification. Therefore, very important to always make sure your email address details is correct on DIY. So you can just navigate to the biographical details menu item under the address page and check it there. Thank you.
Great stuff. Thanks for that last call out. And guys, have a great evening and we will see you soon. Lemo, thank you so much for helping to manage the chat, and Tess for adding the survey as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your evening.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Cheers. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, the rest of the team. Bye.